Welcome, welcome. So yeah, last time we improved some testing infrastructure. We um, worked to make sure that we're not leaking GL state. I forget if we're done with that or not. Uh, let's find out. We are not done. So let's screen this test. How much has changed? Oh yeah, we're making the test builder thing for. We're making tests not leak GL state. Yeah. Yeah, we had to do that refactor where like system test driver needed to be exposed somewhere, but yeah. Alright, so let's see what the failure is. UI versus test. So if I just run the UI versus test, see, I thought, um, hold on, hold on. I thought we did it so that a test would fail on the way out if it leaked state, but it would also clean up after itself too. And they're saying no, just like, oh, okay, during cleanup. So UI versus failed during cleanup. It had bound H hex of 32873 8069 texture 2D. Yeah. We don't bind anything here. So presumably it was done somewhere else. Okay. Maybe we can do something like package is game DLV test. It's weird that like I saw this error and I was like, oh yeah, I need to pass dash test.run. But that's not what that error was talking about. Anyways, let's break on gl dot bind texture. Where would it be? Okay. So this seems to be setup stuff, right? When we're enforcing the invariance. So we bind a 0 texture there. And then here we make an error texture and bind it. Okay. Then we bind a different texture. No. We're still binding that one. We probably don't defer unbinding this, even though I thought I did. No, we had a render advanced unbind. We're going to need to do that. Okay, so that fixed it. Which is good. Fixing tests is good. Let's run all the tests. It might be as simple as that. It's not as simple as that. Room test. State leakage during cleanup. Good. So we know it's room test that did it. Okay. We don't bind anything here. Let's do the same thing, except run. Well, okay, let's make sure that running it alone is enough. Okay. Yeah, state leakage during cleanup. Good. So test.run and package is house, and we will do a DLV test. We'll break onGL texture bind, and we'll see where textures get bound. This seems to be, enforcing the binding set. So if we print the texture, it should be 0. Yep. And then this is, again, enforce clear binding set. Huh? I guess we're always going to find it on the render thread, right? It's just a question of who called it, who queued it. Handle load request. Yeah, we need to unbind it from here. Defer rec data texture dot unbind. Yeah. Okay. Hey, look at that. Now, that's a green test. Sure. Well, it's really fix, update glob, and use its new testing infra to fix a bunch of GL state leakage. Hooray! Okay, let's push that, and we'll use that to help us understand if we're leaking state in CI. Because right now CI is red for haunts. Basically, the images that we're producing are slightly different, more different than I would expect them to be, but you know, more different than let's just use a threshold of 7 for the distance. Like, it's kind of crossed the threshold of that's too different to be considered correct. So we'll let it do its thing. But in the meantime, I think we have the house viewer test unskipped. Yeah. What else are we skipping? Room viewer test. Game panel specs. We're also tagging certain tests with number 10. So let's do the room viewer test next. Room viewer test.go. Bug number 10. And we also want to do game test.go. We'll do that after room viewer test. So, okay, let's go to room viewer test. Okay, so what I'm looking at is we probably want to use the new helper. We probably want to use the same haunts helper that we have for the house viewer test. Let's make it so. Room viewer specs. We don't really need to do it that way, right? Like, is the room viewer not exported? It's not. But yeah, instead of having a layer of indirection, we are in refactor mode. Okay. What are we doing here? Yeah, we were trying to work on understanding the matrices they're using for transforming stuff. Um, we have multiple things calling convey with the top level T. What we ought to do is consolidate. Do I want to include this here? Yeah. Alright, we're just cleaning it up here. We don't need a layer of indirection there. While we're here, I will have it just a separate one. In my brain, that's like a better test for crosstalk because it's like somewhat isolated in here. And then anybody else who needs to set data dir? Nobody else needs to set data dir. I just want to look at this. This is really twists. Floor matrix can twist, but okay, we got a lot of cleanup to do here. The first cleanup I'm going to do is rearrange things to be under test room viewer. Well, the reason the matrix tests are there is because there's a file called room viewer that declares it. This should really be just in a new package, like house perspective or something. Team key clean. Put this in a house perspective package instead of just house. And then we can separate the tests and put them with the code it's testing and not with all the other code. But until then, that's going to be clean up room viewer test. All right, and then to do that, we need to make mats in its own package. But right now we're putting rearrange test hierarchy. We should probably, put textured quad rigger or whatever it's called, its own package. We could have like a regressions package. Rearrange test hierarchy in room viewer test. Rearrange flatten. Not flatten, but collect. Yeah. But I'll be right back. I don't like the set data dir. We need to set data dir so that we can load textures and stuff. So that we can load the room. That's fine. We'll have to do it. What was I doing? I was collecting everything under one root test. So we're gonna leave that alone because we're gonna move it out. We're gonna leave that alone because we're gonna move it out, and then this goes with the room matrices. Okay, so we're done with that actually. I won't bother committing that comment. Refactor. Clean up a bit. Well, it's a clean. Reorganize. Test file for readability. We should put this in its own package. Okay. So then textured quad. How do I want to name this file? Probably textured quad. We can always move it. Okay, so I'm going to label it with the package so that my completer can find the import, and then I'm going to dot include it so that I don't have to label things. That's just the quickest way I've found to get my completer to import that package. Because if I don't prefix it, it doesn't see it as this is a thing from another package. This runs, right? I don't see it running. I don't see it running. I think that's a thing with Go test. If you have a test directory, you don't get it. So, alright, we'll have to just move. So that should fail. Or, yeah, fail. What? Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's got to be textured quad test. Go. We can probably move it back. Okay. Pebcac. It's fine. But I'm glad I made sure that it runs. Otherwise, I'd be falsely presuming that it's working. Okay, and then we got to move test data. Vector test regressions test data. Move house test data. Heckin' what? To test regressions test data. Yeah. You're telling me. Oh. This is. This is failing for the wrong reason. Why doesn't render test given a texture panic when the file's not there? What? We could probably dry this out a little bit, actually. Ah. The thing to do is red-green refactor. So we want, given a texture, um, given a texture must panic if there's no image file. Okay, again we see multiple top-level conveys when one could do. Add that to the laundry list of cleanup refactors, but it should be that with GL, assert panics. Text is render test dot given a texture. This file does not exist. Nope. This is deprecated with GL. Okay, it does panic. Pardon me. It's test builder. State leakage. I think what's happening is we're queuing this. Wait, what is this? Yeah, we pull for error here, but we need to pull for error when we run it as well. Otherwise, we try to clean and then just assume that any error it returns is a state leakage error. Okay, so we need to make this return an error. Pull for error here. Yeah. Okay. Uh, I want to assert that there's a panic without triggering this broken behavior. I thought this would have done it. We might have to use convey for it. Do I have a... Do I have a convey test that expects a panic? I guess that kind of makes sense. Convey is not in here. We don't do much in the way of convey and expected panics, do we? Okay. Yuck. Wait a minute. How does this work? This runs when we leave this scope. This should run a thing and panic. We don't recover or anything. I guess if we recover, it just continues on? But here too? Yeah, unreachable. The test passed because we don't run the test. The test passed because we don't run the test. Ah! This should fail. Okay. Ugh. Test. Actually run the test. We used to panic, recover, return without actually testing the flag we expected to set. Okay, so is there like an assertion in the convey world that says something in this panic? Um, convey. Did I not? Mhm. Should panic. Receives a void niladic function and expects to recover a panic. Yeah. Okay. We don't need this. Again, we need to just run this test while that other one is broken. Okay, so we should be able to capture what's output before, but not after. Collected output. Printf dead code, right? And so collected output should contain and this is really like strings dot join. Nope, that's not the thing I should run. I should run this. Oh yeah. It needs to contain some more output. So it's not that we have a test pass flag. We use convey.shouldPanic. But we also make sure we collect the right output. Make sure we're collecting the right output and use convey.shouldPanic to expect panics. Okay, so one, we've answered the question, does it have an assertion for checking panicking? Yes, it does. So that's good. So now it's so this should panic. Hmm. Wait. We should. I keep finding problems. We should support not needing this convey. You need to convey on the render thread. Like, yuck, but do you run it in the same Go routine? Yeah, okay. You may need to do this if you want to pass the context through to a Go routine. I should not pour and read at the same time. I should just focus on pouring coffee here. Okay. You may want to do this pass context. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So it's like C dot so this should panic. Not enough arguments in call to so. Have a func and a func to message. Want convey.c. Any convey assertion any. Huh? What are you talking about? Oh, oh, oh. I didn't think I was that decaffeinated. Okay. Uh, but it's not. Huh? They should have complained that. Oh, no. They should have complained that images red didn't exist. It didn't complain that images red didn't exist. We need to. We need to check for an error here. The queue probably sent an error to the on error and then just kept going. Not what we want. Even with the deprecated helpers. Render test dot deprecated with GL. So this should panic. That's what this should be. Okay, that's a red test. Test. When things fail, we should fail the test. Kind of like duh. But we are not refactoring, we are greening. Alright, so now you when we run, we might return an error. Return ctx.render.q poll for error. Why can't I use poll for error? What's CTX? Oh. This might be simplified by not returning a function over render queue state, but just queuing what this is, reading the error, returning it. Like a get last error or something. To do refactor this as get last error helper instead. No need to have callers allocate an error and build a func over pointer to it each time. Okay, and so then, run returns an error. We should probably check that error. Render thread failure on render thread. Sure, we'll call it error instead of E. Fix. Oh, yeah, if the test breaks the render queue, we should let folks know. Yikes. Alright, and then poll for error should really just be get last error. Return ctx dot get last error. Wait, what? Oh yeah, we're refactoring, by the way. Thanks. Clean, improve error reporting. Ergo. Okay. Yeah, I want that too. Okay. Need to use the washroom badly. Be right back. still not really working, is it? Like, house. If we look at test regressions, test data, there is no images read. I should be seeing images read here as like a missing file. Why didn't this fail? Did I not push? I did. (7.5) CB5. (7.5) CB5. We're still not checking the queue. All right, refactor the first. Func. Will panic. Or, must panic. Is a func. And all it does is this. We're gonna add another test. Try out some duplication. So, also, render test dot with deprecated with gel for test 42 by 42. Funcassys system q render dot render q interface. Should panic. Now that'll be red, but that's not the test we want. This is panicking? I'm so confused. We're not cleaning. Okay, okay. Reset. We're green. But we shouldn't be because render test. Geotest test. Test subsequent tests ignore previous failures. Ugh. Test failures. Test failure cascade. Does not cascade. Cert panics. Builder new run. Yep, that's a panic. Must not panic. We'll do a fump ref here. Even with the deprecated helpers. Deprecated. This is what failed. We can see gltest.go 100. This one failed. Test. Make sure failures don't cascade when we reuse geocontext. This needs to be not get last error, but the get and clear last error. Take last error. Clears the state. So this didn't panic. This needs to propagate failure. Failure on render thread. Really, error on render thread. Yucko. Don't forget to clean up. There were render thread failures. Don't forget to clean up when there were render thread failures. When a panic happened on the render thread. Okay. Render, test, window deprecated, blah, 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 blah. This should really be doing the same do the test, right? Yeah, what we do is we say that do test takes a parameter, check invariance, let's check yes. Panic bumped error F. Couldn't clean. Mod W. Prep failure. Couldn't clean. It's really after prep failure. Mod W. Couldn't clean because of that. And then it's couldn't clean or couldn't prep. Couldn't prep. We shouldn't assume state leakage here. Right? EE. Couldn't clean. W. Test result. Yeah. Okay. And that means that refactor, prepare for reusing a local func. Prepare for exporting and reusing a local func. Yep. I can delete prefactor. Okay, so like you ought to be able to just say run test with cached context. test thinger of check invariance no, or invariance check no. Run deprecated test is really what it is, right? Func run deprecated test with cached context. We're just gonna copy paste for now because we can. With height fn. Get commit dash m. Well, let's also make this not so we're closing over width, height, and function. Test rubric. Test template, maybe? Make test template. Width, height are both ints, and fn is a func. And we return a func of ctx, blah, 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 blah. Right? So we just return func of that. Fn needs to be a func of system native window handle, render queue interface. Right? Test template of width, height, and fn. Test template of width, height, function. Right, so now the only difference is this passes in invariance check no. This passes in invariance check yes. You could have like a run over cache context. Run with cached context. No. Take the do test in. Right? We don't need to pass width and height here. We can pass it here. Right? Pass width and height there. We should do that, right? except it's not a valid thing. Okay, let's not look at GL test right now, but let's look at test window. Oh look, we don't have any logic about it. It's just run deprecated test with cached context. Now, this is still referenced in test window, or, well, it's only referenced here. So we will put it here. Refactor, put all confine buffer of test contexts to one file and dedupe context reuse logic. Okay. Yep. Okay. Now, is that going to do what we need it to do? No, it's not. What? Come on, Ian. So deprecated with GL for test. Man, who thought making things fail would be so hard? Render test window, deprecated with GL for test, right? Which means just call it on this. This means just call this. So make a test template without bothering to check the invariants and run it over the cache context. Running it over the cache context is pulled from the channel, or make a new one. This might better live over here. This should really be a slice. It should be a slice so we don't clobber earlier errors. Need more coffee. I'll be back. also got some lunch. Yay. Alright. Okay. Let's do the... Let's not clobber so many error. Or whatever. Hey, Vossi. How's it going? Welcome back. How you doing? Slice of errors. Honestly, but I mean, we could just do say return errors at 0. Case. Right, and then here we need to take a list of errors and spit out one error. Doing pretty good, thanks. Looked into TDD some more. Do you know about mocks, stubs, and spies? Yep. You don't need to do TDD to use mocks, stubs, and spies, but they're definitely helpful, certainly for just kind of talking the same talk as people and having the same patterns and recognizing patterns that other people have implemented. But you don't need to use those to do TDD, and you don't need TDD to use those. But they're complementary. Okay, so errors. Does errors have a helper for this? Oh, I guess I should say. Alright, for now. This needs to be something other than errors. All errors. Join. I've never used errors.join, but I bet it does what I want it to do. Yeah. Nice. That's nice. I think you mentioned it before, but the thing that holds you back from testing is functions without a return type. It seems a lot harder. Yeah, that's when your spies and stuff will be helpful. And everything that shows TDD, they always just check against a function which has a return type. Yeah, that's. I mean, when you're making examples, you want to make the things that are easy to see and easy to see the value in. It gets harder to see the value when you have to deal with a bunch of infrastructure around actually observing what your code is doing. I think spies is one word we've taken care of that issue, but still not clicked just yet. Yeah. One way of taking care of that issue, yeah. Yeah. The other thing you can do is refactor your functions to not be returning void. But might be more involved, especially when you don't have tests yet. Because if you refactor it, how do you know you didn't break it? We should rename this field. Quarter failures, maybe? Sometimes you honestly don't need to check the return type. Like you don't need to check what the value is that was returned. If you assume that the purpose of your function is to invoke the side effects that your function is supposed to invoke, then yes, looking at the return value doesn't matter. But if your function is more about give me some inputs, I'll give you the output, I'll give you the answer, then it becomes very important. Yeah, because some functions don't necessarily return back value. Right. They're just side effect causers. So depending on the context, should those functions still be tested? Like it's always a judgment call as to whether or not that function should be tested. But if it's important and if failure of that function would be, what am I looking for? So what are the guidelines around like when should there be a test for a given function? There should be a test for the function if you've already found a bug in it. You can write a test that the bug doesn't exist, and then fix the bug and see that you fixed the bug. Or just fix the bug and then write a test that exercises the path that used to fail. And then that way you won't have that bug again for the same reason. It's called a regression test. If your function is too complicated to kind of inspect to understand that it's correct, a test would be helpful, right? Make sure it can do at least some of the things we think it should do. Because if it can't do any of the things we think it should do, those tests will fail and tell you you got a problem. And I would say if you've got a function that is kind of part of your API that you're exporting to other teams or other devs or other projects, you want to make sure you have a test for it for two reasons. One, you don't want to make people use broken things. They won't like that. And you typically want your consumers to like what you're doing. But also, it forces you to write an API that is testable. And your downstream consumers will very much appreciate that. For example, you could have a file IO library, and you could give it two strings, the name of the file and the string to write to it. If you have a way to inject a dependency that does the actual file writing, then you can test your thing in isolation without a file system needing to be touched, right? And that's great. But it's even greater when somebody else has a suite of tests that run through their project that end up invoking your test or your code. You want your code to be able to be useful in that context as well. And a lot of contexts don't want you to actually touch the file system. So giving people the ability to use most of your code, but customize those bits that make testing easier or make security easier or make things more composable, you'll end up with a much better API because you forced yourself to write tests for it. It's a lot easier to integrate with testable code than it is to integrate with untestable code. Especially because like somebody's gonna file a bug and be like, "Hey, your stuff doesn't work," and you're like, "Did you run the tests?" And they'll be like, "Oh, no, yeah, it's failing because we're using it wrong. Sorry, bye." But yeah, that's my opinion. Hey, that onion. Testing is for people who don't trust their code, and if you trust your code, you're either naive or just a fool. The reason I'm so stuck with TDD in your mind again is because when I write tests after the fact, yeah, they definitely end up quite biased just to fit the specification. Yeah, but I would say those tests are worth more than nothing. Those tests are going to keep you from introducing regressions, for example. Yeah, thanks. Welcome, Onion. We're doing well. We're talking about testing. Opinions are welcome. And certainly at the end of the day, like, so much of it is just like a judgment call, right? Like, why is there... Oh yeah, we moved it. I was like, why did I add a function? Didn't we already have that? Yeah, we did. It was over here, and then we moved it. But in the process of moving, we also changed it to have a slice. I mean, I like tests so much that I have tests for my tests, but have I used spies in this project? I wouldn't be surprised if I had. Let's find out. Redirect and spy in my logging test. So it's like redirect, but also return a duped reader for watching the log output, so you can spy on the log output. This helps you make sure that when you're running your code, you're getting the logs that you expect to get. Yeah. What was I doing? I was coding. Oh yeah. After my refactor, which shouldn't change any observable behavior, my test started failing. So I probably changed some behavior. So what is going on here? This one will go 147. Warned. Oh. I shouldn't set it to that. I should set it to that. The difference is it's the same slice that will get added to over and over again, and so it'll look like things failed, uh, just because they used to fail. Yeah. I program very little, so my testing is very minimal, but I believe testing is more important than many believe. Yeah, it's hard to kind of sell to others that we should spend time not implementing features, but making sure that we don't break something. Um, people will just say, well, just don't break it, which, is easier said than done. Logging is typically a tricky one. I think I'm past the whole TDD for an object or function, which has a return type. I find that easy to apply. Yep, just got to understand a couple more principles, and that comes from experimenting yourself, I guess. Probably. But yeah, I'm happy to give you more tips or like walk through an example with you. Okay. So the test just passed. So this is a valid change. What do? We moved where new GL context for tests was defined, and we changed it to have a list of failures instead of just a single one. Because like, yeah, we'd be sad if we didn't. All right. Feature collect multiple errors from render tests instead of just one. Okay. Test for the tests is pretty wild. Is that because your tests become quite complicated? Yeah, so you need to make sure those tests are actually testing correctly? Yes. Yes. Literally today, I was, I think right now I'm working on trying to make sure that a test is failing for the right reason. Right now it's failing, it's reporting that there's a image mismatch, right? And it's like, oh, we must have changed something in rendering. No, we weren't able to open a input file during the test. And I want the test to report that it couldn't open the input file, not that our result was different. Hey, Onion. Thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we're still not correct. Which speaks to something that's very different from what I thought it was. It needs work. So your test started to handle more than one case, so you broke it down into smaller tests within that main test. It's less about that it's handling more than one case, and it's more about the reported failure from the test is not helpful. One of the the things about TDD is in the green step, it's kind of glossed over sometimes, but you really want to make sure your test is failing. Sorry, in the red step, you really want to make sure your test is failing for the right reason, right? Like if you're testing a string comparison function and you write a red test, you run the test, okay, they fail, good. But if it's failing because there's a network error or like there's a security issue or like something not to do with the functionality you're trying to test, that's not the test you want. Moreover, if your test is failing and not telling you anything useful, like if all I got was it broke, no stack trace, no check this for why it happened, no like this is the test that actually failed, it's not nearly as useful, right? And so your red step is really about making sure your test is giving you actionable feedback about what is wrong. And this is not the right feedback, so I want to fix that. Good names for the tests are also quite important. Yep. Naming, it's if you're not doing it well, it's gonna be a drag on everything. Not just for testing, but for everything. And it is actually pretty hard to come up with good names most of the time. Like, but that is the world we live in. All right, so why? Okay, I'm calling deprecated with GL for test. Which is just calling that. Which is just calling this. Which does the caching of test contexts. I might have been overcooking this, but yeah. My biggest question is your coffee cup really a square? Rectangular prism? But yeah. And is it a convenient shape to drink from? It is not a convenient shape to drink from. There's like, I don't know if it'll come through on the camera, but oh hey Ahmed, thanks for the follow. Yeah, no, this like drips down the side of it all the time. It's a totally improper and awful shape, but it's BMO from Adventure Time, and it's very large. So it makes me happy. So do you think you're running into this issue because you jumped to testing rendering logic too soon before I/O operations? Nope. I think I'm running into this because my testing kind of infrastructure is in flux. I'm running into this problem because I thought I had something, but I didn't quite have it, and so I'm kind of not done with making that infrastructure do what I needed to do. But yeah, welcome, Ahmed. If you have any questions, let me know. Whoa! What are you coding? I am coding a game in Golang. It's called Haunts, the Man's Macabre. It don't work. let me tell you, it is not working. For example, that shouldn't happen. We tried to play a game and it just panicked, but it actually comes from a Reddit post that I came across one day. Basically, Bitly. Never used to do that. A game without an engine. Well, it's a game with its own engine, unfortunately. That's what's making it hard. But yeah, somebody had the bright idea 12 years ago to have a Kickstarter where they would write a game in Go, which was this like new and interesting language that wasn't even in 1.0 yet. Um, and they got funded, and they always intended to like release all the source code once they were done. Yeah, making my own. That's right. Um, and so they ended up releasing the source code, and then 8 years ago it was already like, what is going on with this project? Nobody knows. It like what really got me was like later it became even more bizarre when the original author claimed he can't bring the code base to compile, and I'm like, how broken could it be? That can't be. Clearly, we could make it compile, and like I was able to make it compile in like a day or two, but uh, that was close to a year ago. We've been fixing bugs ever since. Uh, but it's going slower because I'm not actually a game dev. I'm like a back end guy, but I'm learning. Um, but yeah, it's a pretty fun project. Hopefully, we can make it work and release it. I'm kind of tentatively aiming for uh, Halloween this year because it's like a haunted house game, so it'd be in theme. I'm not a programmer, but I am a Linux user, and I kind of understand some of the terminology you use. Oh, cool. There's not many uh, Linux users that aren't programmers, I must say. Uh, what's your distro of choice? Do you have a favorite, or do you like to hop around? Right now, I'm on Ubuntu, but inside of a virtual machine on Windows. So like Windows, but Linux. Yeah. I can't stand coding on Windows. It just gets in the way so much. Um, but my kind of like main rig at home is a Windows machine, so we can have nice things with Windows subsystem for Linux. Fedora KDE, yeah. At Caffeine Storm, not tried WSL. I'm on WSL. I'm on Windows subsystem for Linux right now, running Ubuntu. Uh, it's actually really nice. If you're saying you haven't tried WSL, I would recommend it. It's shockingly good. I did not have high hopes going in, but it it's really Linux. Uh, oh right, my bad. When you said VM, I was confused. I thought an actual VM. Uh, you have WSL Arch, by the way. You love it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a VM. Like I'm pretty sure it runs on top of like the um what's the virtualization technology? VMsphere, vSphere, V something or other. But yeah, it's nice. Oh, wait, why is this? Why do I have little red here? My completer got confused. But yeah, we're trying to figure out why we don't see the right failure. Um, so where would the right failure come in? Um, that is the Windows terminal. Yeah, it's just like the bog standard default. Um, I could get fancy with like Alacrity or something, but it's working. Uh, Onion says I switched to Arch a few weeks ago, but often I run Pop! OS for that gaming prowess. Yeah, all server VMs are Alma Linux. Yeah, I run Arch for fun, but I can't get anything done on it because I keep tinkering instead of like actually working. Ubuntu, I customize enough to what I want and then can get stuff done. Um, do have a tiling window manager on Windows though. Oh, I am intrigued, sir. A window manager that's not like the stock uh, Glaze Window manager? Yeah. Ahmed guessed it. We must investigate. It's beautiful. Keybinds? Yes. Yes. I'll have to check it out. For now, I feel like what I'm not using like Windows apps, I have to be using the mouse anyways, so the the speed up I get from tiling is reduced, but that'd be nice. Linux i3 works great. They did a rewrite and I haven't ran into any issues. Nice. Do they have tests? Cargo. They almost certainly have tests. I don't know enough Rust to know where to look for their test. I mean, they have CI, but I just much prefer workspaces. Alt 1 for terminal, Alt 2 for browser, Alt 3 for Discord. Yeah, I'm a med student. I switched to Linux because I'm kind of a FOSS fanboy. Nice, and I like customizing, having control over my OS. That's a good reason to switch to Linux. So much easier to do that than scan constantly for different apps. Yeah, I agree, Rossi. The keybinds to just go to where you want to be instead of having to look and get feedback. Yeah. I'm also very interested in programming and want to learn a language someday. Hmm. If you want to learn a language, and you're not a programmer, uh, I would look at Python. Um, bam. It runs everywhere. There's a ton of libraries for it. Basically, kind of, what do I like about Python? I like that. Um, I guess I don't know what I like about Python. It just it just works. It just works. Start with kernel development using C. I mean, you would learn a lot, but you'd also have to drop out of med school. Not for everyone. Not even for me, to be honest. Um, but yeah, this should have thrown a. This should have panicked, right? So I'm just adding a bunch of new lines so that it's easy to see in the output. We should see before and not after. We see before and not after. Good. So it's throwing. Now the queue queues it and then purges. Oh! That's why. Okay, so basically we're not. Wait. Wait. We're not. Words are hard. Um, So first we prepare the context. You can vouch for Python. It's not what really got me into it at first, but looking back, it was quite a simple language. Yeah, the language that got me into programming was C Sharp. Yeah, I really want to get deep into programming after graduation. I don't know how I would do that while working at the hospital. Yeah, find a find a project you're passionate about, and you'll find yourself making time for it. Um, Hopefully, that's not at the expense of things you really should be doing, like taking care of yourself or uh, getting enough sleep and stuff. But um, yeah, you make time for the things you need to do, and if it's one of the things you need to do, you need to do it. If you don't need to do it, it's gonna get preempted by other things that you need to do, and that's okay. Um, it's kind of what everybody has to do. We have to prioritize. But if you can find a project that you're really passionate about and that you would get value out of, and not necessarily monetary value, but like enjoyment or utility, um, if you get something out of it, you'll find that you can make time for it. So if E was not nil, we should panic. No? Okay, let's say gonna panic because it done broke. What's the repo for this again? I need to check it out. Forgot who last time. Oh, it is on my GitHub. So there's Haunts, which is like the the main app, and then internally it references a bunch of libraries like glop and some math libraries and stuff. But you should be able to check that out and run make it go. I don't know if I have a good README for it. Should probably take care of that. If you've got a dev env set up, you can run make it go from the root directory to make it go with go. You want to build a small data storage and visualization platform for hobbyist learning, like Arduino and stuff. It's just internet is a wild place, and half the effort will go to protecting the service instead of making it. Yeah, the internet is a wild place. There's ways to work around that. I'm trying to think of a good platform or good framework for you to kind of hit the ground running with. Yeah, certainly as like a first time project, I wouldn't recommend having anything publicly accessible. You'll want like a basically a VPN that controls access to your service and then only give your users and yourself access to that VPN. Um, if it ends up being popular and managing the VPN becomes kind of your bottleneck, that's a good problem to have. And at that point, you can deal with really hardening it against it randos. Hey, 45 Penguin, welcome. What are the haunts? Oh, the haunts is a game that doesn't work, but we're working on making it work. Um, yeah, sad. but it hasn't worked for 12 years by my count. Um, if you want to check out kind of the history of the project, I found it based on a Reddit post. Um, Basically, Kickstarter project got funded, but it didn't succeed. But they released the source code, so maybe we can make it work. Stackpop. Yeah, this is a panic, right? And so it gives you a stack trace, a bunch of information about what Go routines were running and where they were and what they were doing. Do you do much Golang, Fortified Pengol? Am I pronouncing that right? Fortified Pengol? I want to say Fortified Peglin, because I've been playing a lot of Peglin lately, but that's probably not how to pronounce it. Still the idea from Ubuntu names. I forgot to ask, did Haunts have tests originally? It did. It had a few tests written kind of in the behavioral driven development style. I was surprised to see them. They were not very comprehensive. They didn't look like they were written before the code. They looked like they were written after the code. It might have been added by this guy. Losing Generation was a guy that kind of picked up the project for a little while and then probably got busy with other stuff. But he might have been the one to add those tests, but I can't be sure. The Git history would tell you. Anyways, where was I? We were tracking down. Oops. Format. But yeah. It'd be cool to set Copilot, ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude to the task of completing it and see which one for the best job. Yeah. I'm like a really cynical and grumpy old man about kind of the whole vibe coding and Gen AI and like I don't even want. Sorry, I shouldn't say I don't even want. I don't even spend time using uh, an assistant. I don't feel like they help me yet. I'm sure they will one day, but I don't feel like it right now. Google just announced 25% of their new code is AI generated. Rip Google. I mean, yeah. I hope it goes well for them. I really do, because like overall, like as a society, like if we can get more tools to do more of our work, we can do other things. Hopefully that means rest, relaxation, socializing, leisure. But it might just mean we have to keep working, but we'll work on other things. But I'm all for powerful tools. So, good luck to them. Yeah, we were trying to figure out why this test didn't seem to be breaking the way I wanted it to break. I guess I expect this one to have happened. Gonna run the test. Got a result. Well, it's almost certainly going to be returning nil. I guess this is gonna be nil. Which means that this is returning nil. Wait a minute. No, because we queue this after that thing ran, and then we purge. So we should be okay in terms of like ordering. Imagine what you could do sitting in the captain chair at Alpha. The immense computational power of a distributed network with leading quantum hardware to back it all up at the core. Holy shit, if they shut down all public services for a minute, they could probably cure cancer in that minute. Hyperbole, obviously, but it's fun to think about. Yeah, no, it is mind-boggling the scale of compute power that is getting put to use against it, and that exists for some entities like big corps. What would you set the entire system to task doing if you had the control to do one thing with all of Google's resources? I don't know. Maybe getting rid of cookie prompts on the web. Just get Chrome to do it for you or something. But really, the way to do that is to redefine the advertising industry, which is what Google is in a position to do, and then make it so that it's not personal information that is good for targeting ads. You came across a cookie prompt where you have to pay to have the option to click reject. They're so benevolent. So like we get the error. I'm gonna add an error for you, bruh. We should at least see that, right? This is the error that we want to report. Okay. So then I'm going to run it under the debugger and see where this is happening, if it's happening at the right spot or not. Because if we're adding to it, I would expect to get it out the other end, but we must be adding it at the wrong time. Could not find a statement at... I gotta look at my recipes here. The problem right now is that I want to run against the version of the library that's on disk and not the one that's pinned in my go.mod file. Holy crap! Big brother wet dream. Yep. Mm. Mhm. Ah, we can't open the file. So I'm listening to all the Go routines and getting a little bit of their stack to see if I can see where things should be. Okay. Uh, what? GLTest.go 49. Okay. So this is the render thread. There's one thread that has to run all the GL commands. Because at least as far as I can tell, OpenGL has like a bunch of thread local state. So we have one thread dedicated for that stuff, and this is the thread that's running it, and it's at the print statement here that we broke on. Cool. That thread was working on a job submitted to it through the queue interface. Probably by this Go routine. Textured quad test.go. Line 30. Yeah. So this is the Go routine running the test. Oh. Okay. So what's happening? We're queuing this. It's panicking. It's setting the error. We're purging. That's fine. And then we just try to do the check anyways. This doesn't check for the error. So we run this check anyways, and then we return. Well, this panicked, so the test failed. So we don't bother checking the queue's status. Yeah. We did a thing in glop. I say we, it was me. Where the render queue used to get jobs, run them, and if the job panicked, the queue's Go routine would panic. But we've changed that. We've changed that so that it actually won't panic. And we use the test infrastructure to check for the panics. But that breaks the tests that internally expected things to fail before it got control back. if there was something wrong. So the reason we made it that we did the change to like buffer the errors and expect callers to get them is because we wanted to test the error cases. We wanted to write, if I remember correctly, render test, GL test. Yo dog, I heard you like tests. We wanted to write this test. Okay. I think I need to take a look at this test and decide if this is the right behavior to want. Okay. You run a test and it panics. The whole thing should panic. Yeah. After somebody had a broken test, I should be able to run another test and it'll be okay. Yeah. Now, even the deprecated helpers, if it panics, should panic, and it shouldn't break things otherwise. But we need another test. We need more tests. The solution to all problems. I'll leave that logging in for now. But we're gonna go to red mode. So for those who are not familiar with test-driven development, if you want to, test-driven development is all about having like a lockstep process for how you add features and how you make changes to your code. And it's basically that you cycle through 3 states. There's a red state, a green state, and a refactor state. When you want to add a feature, you go to the red state and you say, okay, I'm going to write a test, and that test is going to exercise the functionality I want to be true, and it's going to be failing. It's failing because I haven't written the feature yet, but I'm going to write the test first. So you make your test, you make sure it's failing, you make sure it's failing for the right reason, and then you go to the green step, which is do whatever it takes, break all the rules, who cares, just make the test pass. Go ahead, go wild. Copy paste, don't check your null pointers, whatever. Make it green. And then after, you go to the refactor step, and that's where you atone for your sins. That's when you purge the heresy. That's when you clean up all the things that, all the shortcuts you took just to get it green. But you can do that a bunch of times. Refactor. So, we're in a red step. We're gonna write a test. Render thread failures fail fast. That's the functionality I want. I want it so that when a test is running and it blows something up on the render thread, I want it to fail fast. So what does that look like? It looks like if somebody did render test test builder new run should get here is true. Right? If we get here, we'll set it to true. We can test for that. And then we're going to panic Here's an error. We can just do. Yep, that's a panic, right? Should not get here. Right? And then we should be able to say like, yeah, we got here, but no, we didn't get here. And I'll have to iterate on this test to actually test the thing I care about, but this is going to be like the idea. So assert true should get here, and assert false should not get here. And then yeah, we need to do this. Okay, so yes, this is unreachable code. Thank you, my little semantic completer helper guy. Okay. This test will, I expect it to pass. And so it's not the test we want. Oh, it failed. See? This is why we take this. Another good thing about TDD is it makes you take little steps. Why? What? I mean, I guess I should have expected it to fail. If we look at this. And it's good that we see that, yep, that's a panic. We see line 114 in here somewhere, right? No, we don't. Oh, we see, okay, this, we have line in attribution here. I'm trying to decide right now, is that attribution good enough? That's not really what we're working on right now. We're trying to work on what are we trying to work on? We're trying to work on we do a with Q. Okay. With Q. Um, wonder if this should be checking for errors and panicking. Yeah, we can do that. I know how we'll do this. I want to write the test and make sure it fails, but I see now what we need to change and how to make what we want happen. Okay, so should also not get here. So this should fail. For the right reason. Should fail for the right reason. It should fail because we got to the place where we shouldn't have got to. Now hold on. Yeah. Okay. Like this whole thing should panic. We need to like. Do we need to do that? No. Like it's this. Yeah. Okay. So like this should panic. But we shouldn't run this. You know what I mean? Like this panics on the render thread, but it should also not run this. And we've just proven that. We've proven that this was true, so we got in here. This was false, so we didn't get here. But this was true. So that means we ran this. And that is the failure that I'm trying to expose. So that's a good red step. Now there's a bunch of logging that I want to not commit, but that's easy enough. Add render test, gl test. Test. Failures on the render queue should fail fast during tests. Alright, so now that we've done a red step, we can green it. We can make it work. And we can commit heresy. We can beg, borrow, cheat, steal to make it work. Okay, I'm skipping that part of the mix. It's sad. I don't want to listen to that. But yeah, so the heresy I'm going to commit is instead of running function, on queue, I'm going to run function on a fail fast queue. And what is fail fast of queue? Oh, it takes a render queue interface and it returns a render queue interface. there's a type called failfast. It's a struct. And wouldn't you know it, a pointer to a failfast should be assignable to render queue interface. Now it can't right now because we don't have the, it doesn't implement the right API, but we can make that happen. It's kind of like this, but not quite. So it's not that it's the stub queue, it's that it's the failfast. Right? And then we're going to return we're just going to wrap it. I'm thinking about, do I want to use delegation instead of explicit wrapping? Yeah, let's use delegation because it'll be lazy and green step. So you embed a render.render queue interface. And then we don't need to define this. We don't need to do that or that. We might want this in this, but we'll get there. So you're not called queue, you're called render queue interface. Right? So now, when you queue a job, we actually want purging as well. Okay, so I'm not sure we need to define this so much as make sure it calls it. Ret.add error callback. Right, so this is going to say ret.failfast. Ret.failures. So failures is a slice of error. But you can append to a nil slice just fine. So we don't have to worry about initializing it. The zero value will be fine. And it's when we return from purge, right? So it's like ff.renderQueueInterface.purge, and then if ff failures greater than 0, panic on prompt error f fail fast queue errors dot join failures. After we purge, if there was any errors, freak out. Before we queue, if failures greater than 0. Now there might be a data race with this, but I'll think about that shortly. So if there are failures, then I might say queue purge. Basically this, except the message will be different on the key. And if we get past there, we will ff.render queue interface queue the jorb. So this is the magic of Go embedding. We will forward most things to a regular, to whatever queue we had before. But we will look for errors whenever we queue and whenever we purge. And freak out. Now, the queue and the purge functions don't run on the render thread. They run on the calling thread. And that's cool, except for this error callback runs on the render thread. So we will need to protect failures with a mutex. Unless we can think of something clever. But it's a green stat. Who cares? Let's just make a mutex. Make it green. Failures. So here it's like, I'm just gonna make some helpers. Fail fast, check errors, right? ff dot failures mut lock defer ff failures mut unlock what's this? Fail fast queue check errors. Yeah, we lose the context about whether it was a purge or not, but eh. And then func of ff add error. Yeah. This again, except this. Okay, and then by locking the mutex, we'll make sure to synchronize so there won't be any data races. Um, this might not be the only place we need to put this fail fast behavior. We should put it in here, actually. If we just make instead of a render queue, it's a fail fast render queue. I don't know if I'm going to be able to import. It might cause a cyclic dependency. Hey, Cbit, it's going. We're working to beef up our testing helpers to keep us from lumbering ahead if there was an error on the render queue. Otherwise, you're like debugging the wrong error, which is hard to do. We can't import this, I bet. Biddler. I don't know how many times I've mistyped builder as Biddler, but I swear my fingers know Biddler better than they know builder. Okay, so yeah, the import cycle is not allowed. I wrote a socket C server that reads from dev video 0 and streams the frames to one client. That's written in Java as a web app to stream the frames to multiple clients. How cooked is that? It's not that cooked. Like, it's a C server that streams to a Java process that's running inside of a web server that's sending the bytes down to web clients. Yeah, because I'm trying to put some web app made in Java on my CV, and, and I had no idea what to make. Okay, that's cooked. Yeah. Uh, okay. Uh, Yeah, I don't know how much Java you'd have to write to make that work. I don't know if it was me, I don't think I would put that on my CV, but I don't like making CVs, so I'm probably just looking for excuses to not put things on the CV. But I'm adding all kinds of crazy stuff like recording toggle, statistics for amount of hours left to record, space-wise, and auto delete old recording files. Yeah, that's what a CV. If it was just like data plumbing, um, you know, reading a stream of bytes from a socket and multiplexing it to web clients, probably not CVable. But if you got like UI and state and stuff, yeah, it's CVable. I haven't written Java for a while. How do you like it? Sorry, forgive me. What's your like normal language you use? Like, are you a C guy by trade? This needs to be in render test. Well, it was either Go or Java, but after doing some job research, there's zero jobs for Go. Mostly Java or C Sharp here. Yeah. I don't mind it at all. Super clear to use and readable for me. Good. Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard to pick up kind of anything in the C style family if you've already got exposure there. Um, and I think Java has come a long way since I used it for like lambdas, like inline function things. I remember like you could do like a new class to like implement an interface, and it was just like 30 lines of boilerplate to have like a pass through method. But maybe I'm just sour. Okay. Um, hmm. One thing is that we're keeping two copies of the same slice, but green step, green step. Um, what is this failure? Using LLMs to figure all the Maven stuff was super easy. Oh, that's good. That was the most off-putting thing to me, messing with the package manager. Yeah. Oh, I remember I had to like edit XML by hand to like do Ant build recipes, and it's like, why have Ant? We have Make. You just like I don't like the syntax in Make. Don't get me wrong, but like it's not XML. Making people edit XML by hand should be illegal. Um, line 90. So this one panicked. And I bet you it's the same style bug that I had otherwise. Is it that we're using the same struct? Hold on, hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to think about why that would fail. It would fail because, was it line 90? Yeah, this one failed. So the reason this one failed was because we used the cached context, and the cached context looked like it was failing even before we started. And it looked like it was failing even before we started. Oops. Sorry, what is this? Did I change this file? Yeah. Yeah. We said ctx.prep with height check invariance, and that is going to queue something, which then yeah, test window 229, that queued something, which then went to the fail fast queue. It was like, hey, we're queuing something, so we should check for errors. The problem is that the errors we find are from not this run. Yeah. Okay. So that means that when we check errors, we need to do a little Swippy swap. Um, okay. Okay, this failed because we're in purge and we were trying to check the errors. Because we were in test window. Purging in order to take the errors. Yeah, this is the problem is we've got the context looking to track errors and we've got the queue looking to track errors, and they're not synchronizing. They're not they're not understanding that one of them is already reported it. How do I want to solve this? We could like just look at recorded failures. We should put that in the definition. is. Unless we let the GL context get locked by other people, which I don't like. We're gonna have to just sorry, I gotta think about this a little bit more. The problem is that like um GL context needs to support like reporting errors. Um but so does the queue. I'll be back. What we might have to do is not save the fail fast queue in the context, but instead what direction am I going here? Game. Yes, do that. We store a render queue, but when we cgx run, I can feel myself getting tired and brain melty. But let's understand what's going on. What? Okay, so this failed. We got further than we did before. It used to be that this failed, but now this is failing. Now this is failing because when we render test deprecated with 0, wait, what? This takes. What now? Okay, so no, it just takes a function that takes a render queue interface um, called fn. 1284. What? Five oh four. Stack underflow. What? Alright, I think I'm too tired to continue for today, but um, understanding how this is working or not working is tough. Oh, thanks for sticking with it, Cbit. Um, I'm, if we take a step back, I wonder if there's a cleaner design in that, like, just so I'm not crazy. Yeah, it's this panic that is causing this to panic. Um, but yeah.